Fuck, it is like hot as balls in here. Mm.
Damn it.
Janet, I love you. Mm. Fucking tell me fucking everybody fucking in the building fucking works. I know that. Oh. Really packed chicken bones. Should like sell them back to the company. Mm. Yeah, Lord.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay. Cool beans. Alright, let me spin you around. Yeah.
With the great documentary maker Albert Maysles, and he said tyranny is the deliberate removal of nuance. We are tyrannized like no time in history through propaganda. Nuance has been removed continually. Oh, Jon Stewart made a bit of a light-hearted joke about like the bankers down at the Hogwarts Bank, whatever the hell it's called. You know, oh well, what he's sort of trying to say then is that J.K. Rowling, who's got nothing on her plate, is anti-Semite. Oh no, I don't think he was. Yeah, but if he was, that would be a better story. So let's just say that. The comedian said news outlets had piled into into this ridiculously out of context nonsense, and he did not want the franchise censored in any way. It comes after a clip emerged of Stewart discussing scenes from the film set in the magical bank of Gringotts run by goblins on the podcast The Problem with Jon Stewart. In it, Stewart made comparisons between caricatures from anti-Semitic literature and the folks that run the bank. A while ago, I suppose, that would have been something that could have been discussed humorously, particularly by people that are invested in the identities that are being discussed. Now, it seems that if you do something like that, you risk it being conflated, inflated, blown up, because we live in a climate that loves conflict. All the time you see these little articles about how social media is causing these echo chambers and for us to be more divided. And people like Newsweek, who I thought are meant to be like a proper legit organisation, they leap into that with absolute relish.
My name is Jon Stewart. I do not think J.K. Rowling is anti-Semitic. I did not accuse her of being anti-Semitic. I do not think that the Harry Potter movies are anti-Semitic. I really love the Harry Potter movies, probably too much for a gentleman of my considerable age. So I would just like to say that none of that is true, and not a reasonable person could not have looked at that conversation and not found it lighthearted.
Because we're not talking about reasonable people, we're talking about agenda-led propaganda. I know the people that are doing it don't think that what they're doing is agenda-led propaganda, but they are, as I've cited many times on our channel. When Chomsky spoke to Andrew Marr, and Andrew Marr went, well, I'm working for the BBC, I've not been trained and told what I can ask and what I can't ask. And Chomsky said, if that hadn't happened to you, you wouldn't be sat in that chair. I've told you through those schools and that university, you just automatically do that. You've been conditioned, you've been programmed. It doesn't make you a bad person, but it does mean that you will be able to work at Newsweek.
So let me say this instead to Newsweek.
The last good movie that I found Pixar did was
Your business model is fucking arson.
It was a movie that was
and not the good kind. Not the good kind of arson where they light stuff and control it to prevent forest fires in the future. The kind of arson where you're on the mountain and you've got fucking 5 minutes and you don't know where the dogs are. That's your business model. And now all the shitheads pile into this ridiculously out of context nonsense.
What we want to create on our channel is a space that is antithetical to that, where whatever you believe, you can come here and communicate and learn from one another in a way that is non-judgmental, that isn't about how can we make this as bad as possible, as ugly as possible. The point of what we do is to try to create transparent communication, open dialogue, to do the opposite of what Newsweek are doing. And evidently this stuff's working because our channel, thanks to you, is doing well. And Joe Rogan, who sits at the pinnacle of these types of channels and broadcast initiatives, is actually now more powerful than Tucker Carlson or The Five or Hannity or Fox Primetime or Rachel Maddow or MSNBC or CNN Primetime. This is what it says. Analytics pulled from Spotify and Nielsen Holdings show that the Joe Rogan Experience podcast draws in 11 million viewers per show on average. So, thankfully, the way that we consume and receive information is changing. And the reason that it's changing is the media, whose name suggests or be a conduit for information from powerful establishments, elites, groups, systems of organizations, bureaucracies, to we, the people, have instead become machines for creating dumb, abstracted consensus, compliance, docility. And what I feel we can create in this new media landscape is an honest discourse, an honest conversation that admits fallibility, that has room for nuance and jokes, creates the opportunity for learning and people to come together. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean that. Oh, that was a mistake. I was wrong about that. I was just trying to work it out. The human beings, what are they trying to make of us? They are machines that are trying to make us more machine-like. Whether deliberately or not, or whether it's because of objectives in a boardroom or an agenda that really lives on a spreadsheet, or because of something more nefarious. We don't know, and it's pointless to speculate. All we can say is that we will communicate with you openly, honestly, lovingly, and hopefully sometimes humorously. We have to look at figures like Joe Rogan and Jon Stewart as examples of new forms of conversation that don't live within the old lines or the old boundaries of this is left, this is right, because it seems to me more and more that all of those political interests care only about the maintenance of power and the advancement of their own interests, and that we need a radical review, if not revolution, in the way that we receive information and the way that we communicate. And we hope that we can be a small part of that, and we only can be because of you. So thank you very much for watching this channel and supporting it. And please let us know what you think about this story, what you think about the mainstream media. Do you consume it anymore? Where do you get your information from? Let me know in the comments below. Give me a thumbs up if you enjoyed this video. Share it around. If you enjoyed this video, have a look at this one. It's on a similar theme. Please have a look at my side channel, Awakening, as well, because one thing we can all do and have to do is look after our mental and spiritual health so that we can exist in this peculiar environment. If you want to join my mailing list, it's one click away so we can stay in constant communication. There's all sorts of other stuff I do, live work. You can come and see me. Thank you very much for watching. Stay free.
What are you asking me for? You're welcome. Here, take some pictures. Thank you. Yeah, I'm making one. Thank you. And yeah, it's not good.
Democratic Senator grilled top Justice Department and FBI officials on Tuesday for not declaring January 6th rioters' crimes as domestic terrorism, as judges continue to sentence those involved for their crimes. Senator Ted Cruz pressed senior FBI official Jill Sanborn on whether FBI agents or informants took place in the assault on the Capitol. Let's watch.
Did any FBI agents or confidential informants actively participate in the events of January 6th? Yes or no?
Sir, I can't answer that.
Did any FBI agents or confidential informants commit crimes of violence on January 6th?
I can't answer that, sir.
Did any FBI agents or FBI informants actively encourage and incite crimes of violence on January 6th?
Sir, I can't answer that.
What a joke. According to journalist Glenn Greenwald, quote, "There's been ample reason to believe the FBI's involvement in January 6th was significant, and it's extremely unlikely that if the FBI had numerous ways to know of any organized plots regarding the January 6th riot." Glenn is here now to discuss this with us. Welcome, Glenn.
Good to be with you guys.
Yeah, can you elaborate on that point? I mean, actually, Adam Kinzinger had this hilarious tweet within the last 15 hours where he actually thanked Ray Epps, who was the person that was on the FBI wanted list, removed from the FBI wanted list. And we know there's plenty of video of him basically encouraging people to enter the Capitol the day before. The January 6th committee, which is a partisan committee, says they interviewed him. He was not involved in the FBI, and Adam Kinzinger said he thanked him for his involvement. What does that actually tell us, if anything, about the FBI's involvement in this?
I don't think it tells us much at all, and I think we should be careful not to let the Ray Epps question, which is important, distract from the broader facts, which are that even before January 6th, well before January 6th, the U.S. security state, principally the FBI and the Homeland Security Department, were emphatic that the greatest threat to American national security came not from foreign threats like Al-Qaeda or ISIS or Russia or China, but from what they call domestic extremist groups, so right from American soil. So it would be bizarre, given their claim, if they weren't engaged in all kinds of infiltration efforts against the groups they regard to be domestic extremists, given that they were proclaiming those to be the greatest threat to American national security. We know for a fact that they've used tactics like infiltrators and informants, provoking people into plots throughout the first war on terror. I reported on that for a decade. We know that they did that in the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot, which made a big splash prior to the election, but it turns out at least half the people involved, at least half, including the leaders, were working at the behest of the FBI. And what we know about January 6th, though limited, is still significant, which is that the three groups the FBI claims were primarily responsible for organizing it, the Three Percenters, the Oath Keepers, and the Proud Boys, are all groups in which the FBI had its tentacles. And even the New York Times says that the FBI had at least one informant on the ground with whom it was communicating during the protest of January 6th. So all these questions, like how many FBI informants were in these groups and how many FBI informants or agents were on the ground participating in January 6th, are things the committee refuses to tell us, even though the questions are urgent, given what little we have been able to ascertain for sure.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why the Ray Epps thing is a really easy, shiny object that can distract from these broader problems, because it gets into exactly what you were talking about, Glenn. There's so many other questions here, and it allows the committee to just sort of say, look, asked and answered, another silly conspiracy theory debunked. Now, Cruz asked about Ray Epps yesterday. Epps, of course, is a suspected federal agent who was recorded telling crowds on the evening of January 6th they had to, quote, get into the Capitol tomorrow. He acted so strangely, in fact, that people began shouting "Fed" at him. On the day of January 6th, Epps was seen whispering to a man standing in front of the barricades around the Capitol. Minutes later, video shows the man Epps whispered to tearing down the barricades and storming the grounds. Cruz questioned the FBI specifically on Epps' role in all of this. Let's watch that.
Did Mr. Epps urge them to tear down the barricades?
Oh, come on.
Sir, similar to the other answers, I cannot answer that.
Shortly thereafter, the FBI put out a public post seeking information on individuals connected with violent crimes on January 6th. Among those individuals, in the bottom there, is Mr. Epps. The FBI publicly asked for information, offering cash rewards for information leading to the arrest. This was posted, and then, sometime later, magically, Mr. Epps disappeared from the public posting. According to public records, Mr. Epps has not been charged with anything. No one's explained why a person videoed urging people to go to the Capitol, a person whose conduct was so suspect the crowd believed he was a Fed, would magically disappear from the list of people the FBI was looking at.
And then the January 6th committee tweeted out, the select committee is aware of unsupported claims that Epps was an FBI informant based on the fact that he was on the FBI wanted list and then was removed from the list without being charged. Yeah, unsupported because they won't answer any questions. I mean, listen, Glenn, if Ted Cruz, a U.S. senator, can't get questions answered from the FBI, then who can? Because I know I can't. I mean, I'm not going to be able to get those. The average person isn't going to be able to get those questions answered. If Ted Cruz can't, who can get these questions answered?
The entire purpose of the Congressional January 6th committee, we're told, is that this was such a momentous event in American history, this 3-hour riot by 1,000 Trump boomers and Gen Xers Facebook, that we need to know everything about it, the way we needed to investigate the 9/11 attack. We need to get to the bottom of everything, have all the facts. One of the critical questions that the 9/11 Commission examined was, what role did the FBI and the other security state agencies play in the failures that led up to 9/11? Why didn't they detect that plot? What is it that they knew? What information were they in possession of in advance if they failed to use it to stop, and why? The January 6th committee seems to have zero interest in any of those questions. Like asking, well, you were saying well before January 6th that these groups are a grave threat. Did you have informants implanted in them? And if not, why not? And if so, how did that not help you know that the January 6th riot or coup or insurrection or whatever you want to call it is coming? So there is a body that should be answering these questions. That's the body that's steadfastly refusing to look into any of this and seems to be very eager to malign any of these questions as crazy right-wing conspiracy theories.
And Glenn, you mentioned earlier your reporting after 9/11 on the FBI's involvement in some of these similar kind of infiltration situations. And we reported at the Federalist this week on Andrew McCabe sort of making this explicit parallel. He's talking about how he learned his lessons from doing this over the course of the 2010s and the aughts. And those lessons should now be applied to what he lumps into this huge definition of domestic extremism. I mean, this is like explicit. They've made it clear that's exactly what they're doing. So what are the parallels that are clear to you as somebody who reported on this extensively at the time and is doing it now? How much of this is being repeated again, but with domestic right-wing, that category this time around?
Yeah, one of my primary frustrations, or if you want to be a little bit stronger or more accurate, discuss with the left, is the refusal to acknowledge the exact replica of the model that was used in the first war on terror that they claimed to be so upset by at the time versus what they're now doing on domestic soil. The parallel is so clear that the legislation Adam Schiff has been pushing for 3 years now to change the domestic laws so that the second war on terror can be fought more aggressively does nothing but take the entire set of legislative authorities that were used in the first war on terror and just amend them to say not just foreign terrorist organizations, but also domestic terrorist organizations, to essentially implant en masse the first war on terror that was primarily aimed at foreign terrorist organizations and allow it to be used against domestic terrorist organizations. And among the worst abuses of the war on terror was that they would target young, vulnerable Muslim kids, vulnerable because they had like emotional problems or financial problems, and they would catch some Muslim in some unrelated crime, like a financial crime, and they would say, you're going to go to federal prison for 15 years unless you act as our informant. We want you to go infiltrate this mosque and try and lure people into plots that we designed. And they would like offer these kids who were from poor families lots of money to join these plots or manipulate them emotionally to do so. And then they would do so, and the FBI would swoop in at the last minute and announce in a press release congratulating itself for having saved us all from the plot that the FBI itself actually concocted. And then everybody would applaud and they'd give more money to the FBI. So, of course, they're using the same tactics. Of course, they have infiltrators and informants and agents in all of these groups. But nobody seems interested, at least nobody who can find out to what extent that played a role in January 6th.
And they won't even answer questions. And also, just to mention, the Justice Department announced yesterday that they have formed a new domestic terrorism unit to address the growing threat of domestic terrorism in the United States. The growing threat that is potentially being fueled by the FBI. Right.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the list of domestic terrorist groups that the Department of Homeland Security regards as threats, it's not just right-wing groups, it's animal rights groups, it's environmental groups, it's anti-government groups, it's essentially anyone who in any way challenges status quo power. That's what makes it so pernicious to put it on domestic soil.
They should just rebrand it from the war on domestic terror to the war on civil liberties. They're dropping the pretense basically anyway. Glenn Greenwald, thank you as always.
Great to talk to you guys, thanks.
Absolutely. Well, tomorrow on Rising, I have to go back to my day job. I won't be with you, but Kim and Ryan will be here holding down the fort. Well, Robbie is back next week, but don't worry too much. I'll be here for the panel. Apparently, that means I need to set my alarm. I had forgotten that I'll be on the panel tomorrow. And Judd Legum will be here to discuss the Red Lobster employees that have been working without sick pay during the entire pandemic. Then author Amelia Pang discusses her new book, Made in China.
Yeah, well, Emily, thank you so much for being here today. And I know I was out these last couple of days, and Robbie was gone, and you were here. And then tomorrow it's going to be Ryan and I bright and early, and you're going to be back for a panel. So I know it's very confusing.
It's so confusing.
But nonetheless, it's always a great show. So don't forget to like, share, and subscribe so you don't miss any of our videos. And we will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Including me, apparently.
Yeah.
See you, everyone.
What? Mm-hmm.
Do you think it often takes so long for endometriosis to be diagnosed?
Yes, the endometriosis is a very heterogeneous disease with various symptoms, various lesions involving various organs. So the symptoms are not always very specific. So even the symptoms and the complaints are obvious. Usually the patients and the doctors and the physicians attribute them to other painful diseases. That's why the time until the diagnosis may be very long. And then once the diagnosis is made, the time until the right treatment may be as long.
The average time that we're looking at here in France is 7.5 years for a diagnosis. You're a surgeon who specializes in endometriosis. So I imagine once it is that patients finally get to speak to you, they're extremely relieved, but this is intense pain that they've been struggling with for many years.
Yes. In France, but also in other European countries and the United States, the average time until the diagnosis is 7 years.
Great.
And but usually the patients are not managed correctly immediately after the diagnosis. So they are also maybe 7 to 8 years until the right treatment. Usually when I see the patients coming seeking care in my hospital, they have already had 1 or 2 previous surgeries in 50% of cases. So the national plan against endometriosis try to correct both this delay in diagnosis and management.
Well, presumably then you do welcome this news that this national plan is to come into place. What do you want the government now to do? Is it a question simply of more money?
Yes, of course, the money is very important in order to support the research, in order to support also the web, which will interconnect the physicians and the researchers involved in endometriosis. Of course, I am more than happy as a researcher, as a surgeon in endometriosis, I am more than happy to hear the president speaking about endometriosis. Now I am waiting for much more more information, but I was involved in the preparation of this national plan. So I am very confident that it is a big step ahead in the management of endometriosis.
Dr. Oras Roman talking to us from Bordeaux. Thanks very much indeed, sir, for your time on the programme.
When we give you a beep, babe? Yeah, maybe.
So, yeah.
Got to put it on.
I'm so excited. We finally started our Path to Glory thing. It took us 3 months to like get all our narrative and all that shit. Now we're finally doing our quests and our what do you call it, lists and like telling like the rules of the game. I hope it doesn't take like another 3 months or anything like that. But fuck, I'm like excited.
I'm doing the fucking, what do you call it, chapters inventory again.
Yeah. Hey, so did you check out that cigarette thingy?
Well, I saw the location. It's the antique shop.
Yeah, I think my mom said she.
Why do they want somebody who's French? I don't get it.
Because it's better.
Yeah,
because
but they're in town. Like,
yeah, but it's white people, French people. They
it's
come
weird.
and buy it. Not really, like because
on the highway it would make sense, but like that they're located in town.
Yeah, they come in.
Yeah, I thought they didn't want them in there.
No, I don't know.
I thought that's why they put the fucking shacks on the highway so that they stay the fuck out of town.
Yeah. You should check it out. That's
yeah, definitely.
We're looking. I
Took
figured
the
you're more
promotion
interested
because,
in something
future
like
is
that.
female, but what if I get trapped in some monotonous life?
Remember what Dr. Ronson said? Sometimes your feelings come out more clearly in freestyle rap. Babe, do you want me to drop a beat?
Maybe you should. I wanted a life of experience and freshness. Don't know that SubHub is the way to get this.
Jeff Fisher here coming on the scene. I'll support you either way, babe. We're a team.
All these little bitches can see. I'll tie Gucci Mane up and beat him with a stick. Gucci Mane, I'm a straight up merchant. I was here before you. I'll be here long after you, Gucci Mane.
Gucci Mane, it's Klaus. You need to get to the studio right now.
Your girl wants me, Gucci Mane.
You're getting clowned, Gucci Mane.
Maybe you should. It's great. I support you either way, babe. We're a team.
Just pow.
Oh yeah.
And an Aerosmith mirror some older brother won at a carnival ring toss before he died in a car accident. You know, the classic basement. I guess that does sound cool. Who cares if you think it's cool, shithead? It's for the ladies. They can't resist the power of a sweet basement. Then you add music. Maybe something like, I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, It doesn't even matter. One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to remind myself how I tried so hard. In spite of the way you were mocking me, acting like I was part of your prophecy. Remembering all the times you walked with me, I'm surprised it got so far. From Dead Francine's favorite song. It starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't, because he's dead now. It's so sad. It's like 20. No, fucking the guy from Linkin Park.
Oh yeah.
Because he, for like 20 years, was like singing about killing himself. And we were like, what a fucking artist. And then he killed himself. And we were like, what a tragedy.
Some older brother won at a carnival ring toss before he died
Fucking
in a car accident.
Fuck Chris.
You know.
Chris got, and Shane, both of them got to go see fucking Linkin Park. So mad.
And then Aerosmith mirror, some older brother won at a carnival ring toss before he died in a car accident. You know,
apparently,
the classic basement.
Chris and Shane apparently were hugging each other and crying.
Cool, shithead.
I'm like, that's some gay shit, guys.
They can't resist the power of a sweet basement.
Have you ever seen him? Fucking what Steve is? Wait.
Who he is?
Yeah, he's a ginger. He's like a fucking.
Is that him right there? Oh wow.
Wait, because they were like, can you sing it? He's a church kid. Yeah, he's a church choir kid. He's actually really amazing. He does like Man in the Mirror. I
don't have the abs, so I can't do the thing.
I don't really have abs, so I can't do the thing. No, you won't. No, you won't. We're crying. This is because of you. I see you in my dreams tonight. Every day I'm on my mind. I'm trying to call out to you. Not going home ever again. You guys ready to sing? Let's all sing together. No. Can we just... Really had nowhere to go. That's why I want to know. What? Talking about the man in the mirror.
You guys ready to sing? Let's all sing together.
Come on.
shot be well. Mm. 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 I have boys in every country code. What? Just a woman's story on the road. What?
For people who continue to hesitate or to choose not to get vaccinated, they are losing privileges to. And the Prime Minister is not ruling out an idea floated by Quebec's Premier, taxing those that haven't gotten the shot. This Quebec proposal is something that obviously everyone is paying attention to right now, but there are still many details to know. And the details will be important in how this works. While the specifics are worked out, even the idea of a tax for the unvaxxed is causing concern.
I think punitive and intended to be a way to compel people to be vaccinated. We've been concerned and sort of raising alarms throughout the pandemic about Quebec's approach.
It's ethically problematic. I mean, what would make it more ethical is if the vaccines were an absolute firewall.
Yeah.
But while breakthrough infections among the fully vaccinated are ending up in hospital, the unvaccinated are at far greater risk. In Quebec, about 85% of its population has at least one shot, but the threat of financial penalties may not be enough to sway those that are still hesitant.
Let's say if you were to tax us $250 a month or every 2 months, it might sound crazy, but I would rather pay that money than put something in my body that I'm unsure of.
There are also legal questions that are yet to be answered. I think the first one is whether it would violate the charter. And if a province were to enact a vaccine mandate, that would immediately trigger Section 7 of the charter, which protects the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. So far, no province has indicated taking a similar approach.
They're free to look into that. We're not doing that here. We're taking a different approach. We aren't going down that road. We're going to take a different approach.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so hey, Travis, have other countries looked at financial penalties like this to boost vaccination rates?
Yeah, Andrew, listen, Austria, which I should note has a much lower vaccination rate than Canada, 68%, one of the lowest in Western Europe, in fact, is looking at this approach. The Austrian government has announced a plan to make getting the shot compulsory. If anyone 14 and over does not comply, the plan is that they'll be slapped with fines up to $4,000, get this, every 3 months. Now, south of the border, in the United States, many states are taking exactly the opposite approach, offering financial incentives and prizes to encourage people to get the jab.
Yeah.
Right, Andrew?
Okay, thank you very much, Travis.
Yeah, that's what they're offering us too. Now they're gonna try this. They gave us one of them. It's free, so we did it ourselves.
And this and that, but I think it's our planet really.
But I think we do have an enormous responsibility for our children. Planet Oil, a 3-part series, continues tonight at 10 on TVO. Since the beginning of time, we've been trying to save.
Shut the fuck up. Thanks. How to ruin your life? Don't need a video for that. Got it covered. Great.
It's cool. That's actually what it's called.
I'm also announcing a curfew from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. starting tomorrow night. When I heard that curfew's coming back, in my mind it was like, okay, there they come again and again and again, and it's deja vu all over. You gotta struggle to make some money.
You're struggling to make money for a living, especially government doesn't help.
We got pulled over again, and they checked our papers for a second time. That's
Yeah, because they all don't fucking communicate with each other, obviously. Right?
Warning. Censorship. Warning. Censorship.
Welcome to Montreal, Quebec, one of the most, if not the most, lockdown place in North America. It's definitely the most lockdown province in Canada. There's no other province that has a curfew in effect. So as many of you probably know, you can't be outside of your house from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. every night across the entire province of Quebec. So right now we're on St. Catherine Street. Typically, you'd see people walking up and down the street. It's a very busy area. There's restaurants, people dining in. There's just none of that happening. It's eerie and it's creepy. So we're going to walk around, drive around, see what we come across, and show you what life is like in one of the only places that has a curfew in effect. Let's check it out.
Yeah.
So right behind me, as you see, papers being checked for simply being outside. This is a typical night in Montreal. There's police that just patrol around and they check for people disobeying the curfew. So as you see behind me, this is just one of those instances right now.
But nothing fucking better to do. Oh, yeah, this is my house.
Libby, you live here in Montreal. Why don't you tell us what it's like, what you're experiencing, what you're seeing past 10 p.m. when the curfew starts? So basically, I'm not out a lot after 10 p.m. Not because of curfew, just because it doesn't fit my schedule. But what I could tell is that when I heard that curfew's coming back, in my mind it was like, okay, there they come again and again and again, and it's deja vu all over. Mm-hmm. As people like to say, Groundhog Day, if you watch the movies. So yeah, it's not pleasant, and definitely it's not fun. Typically, are you seeing your friends, your family, if they are out past curfew, they do run into a cop? Are they usually getting a ticket? Are the police letting them go? Like, how's that looking? So for last year, everybody got tickets. I got 3 tickets, and it's being taken care of. But this year, I didn't hear much that they gave tickets. I think that they're also already tired of the whole shenanigans, what's going on over here. And yeah, let's pray to God. So I'm here with Ali, a cab driver in Montreal, Quebec. Ali, how is the curfew affecting your business?
Very bad, very bad. I told you, this right now, we are struggling to make some money for living. Especially the government doesn't help. And after 10 o'clock, it's nothing.
I'm Express Uber.
We have...
There you go.
Thank you.
Welcome.
We just pay from the pocket expenses, with the gas price, that. How much is the gas price? Turn it around, after 10, it's nothing now.
So if you're driving, you're walking, you're out and about, past 10 p.m., past curfew, you need to have some sort of paper that permits you to be outside. If you want to avoid getting a ticket, a fine, you need that piece of paper. We've been asked for our papers multiple times over the weekend, and I'm going to show you guys one of those instances right now.
It's fucking ridiculous. Fucking nothing.
What is that? Yeah, you can do it all, that. Oh, you left. That's it.
We just had our papers checked by a supervisor of the SPVM, the Montreal Police, and as we were approaching our hotel, we got pulled over again. Everything's okay? Yeah. How are you? Where do you go? We're working. We work with Rebel News. We're just reporting on the curfew. Curfew? Yeah, we had one of your supervisors just check our papers. Okay. You want to see? Yes, I will check your driver license. Yeah. After the police officer verified that we were permitted to be outside for work reasons, we were free to go with no fines issued. Well, there you have it, guys. A little taste of what life is like in a city with a curfew. Now, if you like what you've been seeing, if you like the coverage, the curfew reporting, please go to lockdownreports.com. We had Alexa and Guillaume come in from Quebec City. We had Yankee come in from Florida, just to show you guys the other side of the story. So if you want to help with our travel costs, our accommodation, you can visit that website. That's lockdownreports.com. Please, guys, if you can, make a donation and we'll continue to bring you guys the other side of the story. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, guys. I came here from Toronto to show you guys the other side of the story, to show you guys what the mainstream media simply will not show you, what life is like.
Oh my god. I'm fucked.
Country's president vows to repair the damage inflicted on the city of Almaty. Our reporter meets some of the city's residents as they... Schools across France are set to close this Thursday amid massive strike action by teachers, furious at the impact that constantly changing COVID rules are having on their classrooms. And pressure mounts for UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson to resign after he admits he did attend a Bring Your Own Booze garden party during England's first COVID-19 lockdown. Hello and welcome to the France 24 newsroom. It's good to have you with us. Russian-led troops invited to Kazakhstan to help restore security will begin to leave the country this Thursday. The worst of last week's deadly unrest took place in Almaty. President Tokayev visited the city on Wednesday, vowing to repair the damage inflicted over the course of days of violent clashes between protesters and security forces. Almaty's residents, meanwhile, are still trying to work out who exactly was responsible for what happened. Our reporter Elena Voloshin sent us this.
On the evening of January 5th, Dinara saw smoke from her balcony in central Almaty and left home to see what was happening. The town hall was on fire.
Donc je suis venue ici, j'ai pris quelques photos, puis j'ai vu des garçons qui étaient en train de briser les vitres. Et c'était surprenant parce que ce rassemblement n'avait plus l'air d'un rassemblement pacifique.
The city center had been ransacked. The next day, bodies lie on the streets. Like many others, Dinara still doesn't understand what happened.
Dans ma tête, c'était une guerre, mais j'ai aucune idée qui a embauché ces gens-là.
et qui avait l'intérêt de déstabiliser la situation au Kazakhstan.
10 days after the events, it's still unclear what really happened here in Almaty. Amnesty.
Cool. For people who continue to hesitate or to choose not to get vaccinated, they are losing privileges. And the Prime Minister is not ruling out an idea floated by Quebec's Premier, taxing those that haven't gotten the shot. This Quebec proposal is something that obviously everyone is paying attention to right now, but there are still many details to know. And the details will be important in how this works. While the specifics are worked out, even the idea of a tax for the unvaxxed is causing concern.
I think punitive and intended to be a way to compel people to be vaccinated. We've been concerned and sort of raising alarms throughout the pandemic about Quebec's approach.
It's ethically problematic. I mean, what would make it more ethical is if the vaccines were an absolute firewall.
But while breakthrough infections among the fully vaccinated are ending up in hospital, the unvaccinated are at far greater risk. In Quebec, about 85% of its population has at least one shot, but the threat of financial penalties may not be enough to sway those that are still hesitant.
Let's say if you were to tax us $250 a month or every 2 months, it might sound crazy.
Fuck off, man.
There's entire teams of engineers whose job is to use your psychology against you.
What was once social media's great secret is now out in the open. Last September, Facebook whistleblower Frances Haugen provided evidence, proof, she says, the company knew its platforms prioritized profits over its users' well-being and that its products harm children and stoke division. Facebook rebranded itself as Meta in late October. A spokesperson for the company's Canadian division tells Global News, for years, Meta has done extensive work in bullying, suicide, self-injury, and eating disorder prevention, and will continue to look for opportunities to help people struggling. Suleiman Ahmed coaches businesses to leverage social media for bottom-line results, but he worries about the influence social media has on his 3 children.
I think that needs to be more carefully scrutinized by government and regulators and other people. Not just left to the whims of social media platforms.
In the last parliament, the Liberal government introduced bills to address online hate and privacy concerns, but they died when parliament was dissolved for the 2021 election. During the campaign, the Liberals pledged to bring back new bills within their government's first 100 days to combat harmful content on social media. So far, nothing new. Just the Heritage Department saying it will continue to consult Canadians, experts, and stakeholders on how best to tackle these complex issues while upholding fundamental rights.
We're laggards. We're behind Australia, we're behind Germany, we're behind the United Kingdom.
Cracking down on foreign tech giants isn't easy.
It's really difficult to compel them to do what they don't want to do, what they can't do, because it goes against their business models.
The root of the problem, the more we click, the more we engage, the more they earn. That's given rise to algorithms that amplify inflammatory content. It's a global concern. In Canada, opposition MPs say they want a measured, collaborative approach that brings tech titans to the table.
We want to see an approach where we're not unduly restricting, the freedom of speech, freedom of expression of Canadians who want to be able to express themselves online.
Algorithms are driving extremist content, the breakdown of social discourse. There has to be accountability.
Many observers are calling for immediate action after a quarter century of inaction. Donna?
All right, and Gaviola in Toronto, thanks.
Someone with low vision wouldn't be able to kind of see necessarily how many drops they put down.
From tiny printed instructions to not being able to physically get rapid tests, people living with disabilities are being overlooked during this pandemic.
Everything from reading the instructions, which come, on a piece of paper. For someone who's completely blind, that's not accessible.
With a lack of PCR tests available to the public, many are relying on at-home rapid tests to figure out if they have a COVID infection. But these at-home science tests aren't easy for everyone to use, let alone read the final result if you have any vision impairment.
It is fairly faint to show whether you tested positive or negative.
And that's if you could get your hands on some rapid tests, which became available in December at select pharmacies across the province.
Snow already creates a barrier for people living with disabilities trying to get out. And then to try and get out and, compete or wait in line to access the rapid tests, it's not just, fighting the cold, but also overcoming the barriers to get to that lineup in the first place.
Crump says simple and effective communication from the government and agencies could help address many of these barriers.
Maybe it's as simple as a QR code on the packaging for the rapid tests, which drive you to a video instruction or a way to easily identify locations that have rapid tests that are in fact accessible to people.
Crump says these ideas should extend to vaccine information as well.
How that information is conveyed and delivered to people. A lot of people are kind of missing pertinent information to their well-being because it's not delivered in a manner that's accessible to them to receive it.
Crump hopes that as we head into our third year of the pandemic, governments and agencies, as well as the public, realize the opportunity in front of them to serve these populations better.
More times than not, the solutions are rather simple.
In Calgary, Tara Overholt, City News.
See, and that's why I'm a dog person. Catitude, can't handle it. All right, listen, we've got a couple of things to talk about. One, a little bit of light snow tomorrow. Two, the return to the cold Arctic air. And three, a potential snowstorm coming out of the weekend into back to school Monday. So let's get into the snow tomorrow. It's going to kind of come through in two waves. The first one is lake effect snow for the west end of Lake Ontario. And then we'll have a general sort of trace to 2 up to 3 centimeters for most of the GTA. You got to remember that most of this is falling when the temperature is 2 degrees and will likely even mix in a bit of rain from Hamilton to Niagara. So what's actually sticking on the ground tomorrow is going to be less than those amounts on your screen. All right, then the next Arctic surge. So the cold front's coming through tomorrow night. By Friday, we've got highs around minus 11, 12. By Saturday morning, these are the temperatures that you're waking up to. And then you're going to throw on some wind onto that, and that means the wind chill is going to be into the minus 30s. Dangerous again, high risk of frostbite early Saturday morning with exposed skin freezing in 10 to 30 minutes. All right, let's talk about this storm because this is the American model. I showed you this yesterday, and it is now trending a little further west, and that puts us into more of the snow shield, which means the sort of higher confidence that this is going to pan out. I also showed you yesterday the European model, which had a complete miss for Toronto. Well, watch what it's doing today. This is the European model. It is now coming closer to Toronto. Now, at this point, pretty high confidence Eastern Ontario is going to get hit by this nor'easter. We're still tracking it for Tuesday. By Friday, we'll have a good idea at high confidence level of what's going to happen. And by Saturday, we'll have a good idea of snowfall amounts. So just keep this in mind if you are planning, the back to school and think there might be bus cancellations early on Monday morning. All right, that wind chill, again, that sort of cold dip Friday and Saturday is followed by temperatures fluctuating, but not such big fluctuations next week. The risk, again, of frostbite early Saturday will be in the 10 to 30 minute range for exposed skin. All right, so tomorrow morning, -2, not too cold. We'll get those flurries out through the west end of Lake Ontario. And then not only Monday are we watching for snow, but possibly next Wednesday as well. And it's not just snow, but blowing snow with those winds on the gusty side. So enjoy these next 24 hours of milder weather.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, it's cold.
The education minister outlines the government's back-to-school plan, and it is now clear. There is a shift from controlling COVID in schools to living with it. Alarm bells won't be sounded until 30% of students and staff are absent.
In the past, an entire cohort of children would have been sent home for 2 or 3 positive cases in a class.
Not anymore. In fact, alarms will only be sounded once 30% of students and staff at a school are homesick, above normal absenteeism levels. It does not mean the school will close. If there aren't enough staff, retired teachers and student teachers will be called in. Returning to remote learning will be a last resort. By the time there's a 30% absenteeism rate among students and staff, is it already too late? Is it just ripping through the school?
I think that's a fair assessment. 30% obviously means that lots of people have brought it into the school and caught it at school. This is an incredibly contagious virus. It's on the level with measles, which is the most contagious thing we know.
The province maintains it has sent enough HEPA filters and masks to all schools, and elementary students will each receive 2 rapid tests to be used if they become symptomatic. An emphasis will now be placed on school vaccination clinics because only 47% of students aged 5 to 11 have had their first dose. The government hopes to have some up and running by next Friday. They were careful to point out they will not be mandatory.
We're going to make sure that the kids get vaccinated. We've sent out the permission slip. So when the kids bring home the permission slip, parents, or when you have them, please sign them. Please sign them and get them back. And we're going to be vaccinating the kids in schools.
I hope that he meant it. It's something that we've been pushing for some time to make it easier, more convenient, and hopefully more speedy. The chief medical officer of health emphasized the shift in managing school cases is because Omicron is milder than previous strains.
The risk of hospitalization is very, very low in Ontario for children.
I think that's in contradiction to data from the UK, data from the US in particular, that has shown an alarming rise in hospitalizations. There's no question that kids are getting clobbered. This virus is now moving into the upper respiratory tract. That's good news for adults, but because it's upper respiratory tract, that seems to be what's really making inroads with kids, and it's going to hit a lot of kids really hard.
Now, I have to tell you, the government has sent out a clarification after a lengthy tech briefing and news conference. Not once did the government say or clearly mention that there will be new reporting on the provincial website so parents can look at it at daily data to see if there is an outbreak at their school before a 30% absenteeism rate is reported. They waited a couple of hours to clarify, but that website where parents will be able to look it up on the schools, it's not going to be up and running until the 24th. Add to that, the chief medical officer of health has had to release a statement assuring everyone the vaccine is safe for young children. During the news conference today, Dr. Moore said they want more experience with it before mandating it. At a time when parents are desperate for information, today was a communication failure.
Holy shit.
We've been hearing from concerned parents, many saying while they want to see the safe return to class, some feel the measures announced today won't be enough to keep students and teachers from being infected. Some parents telling me they feel we're worse off now than we've ever been.
It's not safe for kids right now. It's just not safe for kids.
Jessica Lyons is a mother of 3. She says she was disappointed to hear the province's plans for the return to in-class learning, calling today's announcement political theater.
I believe that we still are in a moment where it's too risky to open schools for in-person learning. And I say that with 3 children who would, 2 of whom are school age, who would much, much, much prefer to be in class learning.
I do feel very let down by this government. This mother of 2 who did not want to appear on camera due to fears of workplace repercussions says this back-to-class plan lacks actual guidance, something her young children have also been critical of.
I am scared to send my children to the jungle on Monday. However, my husband and I both don't have a choice, and that's where they'll have to be. They have been saying since it was announced on Monday that school was back on, that they will be getting COVID. So they've already come to terms with that because they too realize that there really is no plan.
Both mothers say they feel like Ontario parents have been left in the dark after the government announced they would not be notifying parents of COVID-positive cases. They hope moving forward there will be more transparency.
They use the cover of caring a lot that it's essential for the mental health of children to send them back. And I just want to note that, there was no announcement of funding to tend to the mental health of children.
The Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation also reacting tonight.
Why do teachers and education workers feel that they're any different? And I think one thing that people need to realize is that teachers and education workers are in a classroom for 150 minutes at a time in a small contained space where there's no social distancing, where there's often windows that don't open. And that's the difference, right? We can't see in any other sector where that's the case, where there's a worker who's in a room with 30 other people for a long period of time with potentially inadequate ventilation. Union officials say today's announcement also has some teachers feeling uneasy about the return to class next week, with many questions about ventilation, masks, and protocols still unanswered. We also need to know that there's a sufficient supply of the N95 masks being deployed to schools. What we're hearing right now is that there's about 2 to 3 per staff member available, and we need to know that that supply is going to continue into the longer term. The OSSTF says what they were hoping for from the province was more concrete guidelines, especially when it comes to maskless times in schools, such as lunch period, as schools are scheduled to reopen to in-class learning next Monday. Melissa Nakabali, City News. Hi, my name is Mala Finkelman. I have 3 kids at home. They are aged 6, 5, and 2, and our 6-year-old is, of course, learning at home. I'm Kirsty Pazak-Smith. I'm a mom to 2 school-aged children. My oldest is a 9-year-old in grade 4, and then I have a 4-year-old in junior kindergarten. Hi, I'm Rashwanti Sri. I'm working full-time from home, and I have a daughter in grade 12, and she's also doing virtual learning from home as well. My grade 1 daughter is having a hard time with learning at home, with being away from her friends and the regular routines of school. I work full time, I'm in meetings all day, and to even type in the password for the Zooms that are every single hour is something that she can't read the full instructions and do on her own. I do want to commend the school that my daughter is at, Nativa Torah. They do an incredible job with the online learning, but that level of interaction isn't there. The one-on-ones are not available. The level of tantrums or acting out or just difficulties that were not part of our regular morning routine or evening routine are really popping up all over the place. Because you're a girl. Well, I've noticed that my daughter is less playful. Choose room for you. She really is somebody who has a lot of spunk and charisma, lots of character. And when she's stuck learning online, it's really the fatigue that we feel as adults, where we're in front of a Zoom screen, and I think throughout the day it gets progressively worse. During online school, the greatest impacts, and I say negative impacts, have been felt and experienced by my oldest child. My son is a neurodiverse child with a learning disability. The most important things for him are structure, routine, and schedule. And as best as I could and my partner could, we tried to recreate that in our home, but it just wasn't enough. He was having temper tantrums that you would witness in like a 3 and 4-year-old after the end of a day of online learning. His ability to actually complete schoolwork was almost non-existent. And quite honestly, he became violent in our home. It was very, very serious. And we all had to bear witness to violent outbursts. So he had smashed our television set. He had physically attacked both me and his father. So actually later this week, he's not going to be on Zoom with his class. He's going to be on Zoom with a constable who has a specialty in mental health. And they're going to have a conversation about what it means when he's emotionally dysregulated and if he causes harm in our home and what that could lead to. As a mom, to have to think about exposing my child to an interaction with a police officer.
Shut the fuck up.
It's exceedingly destabilizing.
Shut the fuck
I
up.
never imagined.
I cannot fucking believe how fucking bad you guys are at parenting. Oh my god. Can't fucking, honestly, the fucking toddler, like. Oh wow, fuck. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, this is so frustrating. Oh my god.
The CBC and the Trudeau government are suddenly talking about the idea of a forced vaccine. Every single Canadian needs to fight back against this insane and authoritarian idea. I'm Candice Malcolm, and this is The Candice Malcolm Show. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning into the podcast. So on Friday afternoon, this story suddenly hit the internet and the reaction was absolutely unbelievable. When I read the story, I actually had to read it twice to make sure that I was fully comprehending what it was that they were trying to say, because the headline itself and the immediate reaction was bad. It was bad, and I'm happy to say that it was bad because at least Canadians are starting to see, or at least the Canadians who hang out online, hang out on Twitter, are saying, no, absolutely not. So here's a headline that the CBC put out. It says that provinces could make vaccination mandatory, says Federal Health Minister. Federal Health Minister Jean-Yves Duclos says vaccination remains the only way out of the pandemic. Okay, just put this out there. There's a huge distinction between a vaccine that everyone's encouraged to take, a huge difference between that and a vaccine mandate. A vaccine mandate where you cannot participate in certain elements of society. You may lose your job if you don't comply with this forced vaccine. So that's already a big gulf, right? And then what we're talking about here is an even bigger gulf, saying that we're now going to talk about the idea of a mandatory vaccine, a forced policy where every Canadian, regardless of their ethics, regardless of their own health, regardless of their religion, anything else, regardless of their conscience, that they would be forced by the federal government or the provincial government, forced by a government to have a vaccine, to inject something into your body. This is insane. This is going way further than anywhere that we've gone and anywhere that we've really seen. This is totally uncharted territory. And the fact that they just sort of casually release this story on a Friday afternoon, unbelievable. Unbelievable. The fact that they're even talking about this should raise unbelievable alarm bells. You should feel so uneasy with the fact that they're even talking about this. And we saw that there was sort of reaction, not just from Canadians, but people all over the world that are sort of watching Canada, wondering, are they about to go down the path that Australia has gone down and just go like completely COVID authoritarian crazy? Well, this story really makes us think that we are headed in that direction. So here is what the health minister says. Here's what the CBC story says. It says, provinces are likely to introduce mandatory vaccine policies in the coming months to deal with the surging COVID-19 caseloads, Health Minister Jean-Yves Duclos said today. What we see now is that our healthcare system in Canada is fragile. Our people are tired, and the only way that we know to get through COVID-19, this variant, and any future variant is through vaccination. Okay, that in and of itself is sort of in line with what they've been saying all along. And it's true. Of course, Canada's healthcare system is fragile. It is underfunded. It is chronically mismanaged. It's centrally planned. It's socialism, and socialism doesn't really work. So it's only a matter of time before this thing collapses. And obviously it's being tested and tested and tested. People are tired. That's right. Everyone wants to get out of this stupid pandemic. People really, really don't like being locked down. And then the government's position, longstanding, that they believe that the only way to get out of COVID is through vaccination. Nothing new there. Says Duclos said that while rapid tests, masking, and social distancing are useful tools, they won't end the pandemic on their own. And then CBC includes this statistic. He says 50% of hospitalizations now in Quebec are due to people not having been vaccinated, he said. Okay, but just right off the bat there. So if 50% of hospitalizations are for people not being vaccinated, so unvaccinated 50%, the obvious counterpoint to that is that 50% of people in the hospital are vaccinated. So just right there, they completely undercut their own point that the only way out of this pandemic is vaccinations, that everyone needs to get vaccinated to protect yourself. It's like, well, your own point about 50% shows that that's just simply not the case. Even if everybody was vaccinated, the hospital, at least half would still be in there. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's wrong. And they undercut their own point right there. He says that's a burden on healthcare workers, a burden on society, which is very difficult to bear, and for many people, difficult to understand. That's why I'm signaling this is a conversation which I believe provinces and territories in support with the federal government will want to have over the next weeks and months. Duclos said that while discussions about mandatory vaccination policies are not taking place now, he believes that based on his personal understanding of what we see internationally and domestically, and in some of my conversations with health ministers over the past few weeks, the discussion will start in the coming weeks and months. Okay, so the health minister here is first saying that these conversations are not happening right now, that no one's actually talking about mandatory vaccines. However, he's sort of encouraging people to start having those conversations in the next weeks and months. And he's saying, based on his current conversations with health ministers over the past few weeks, they are talking about it or they will talk about it. So sort of muddled ideas here. But basically what they're doing is they're introducing this idea to the public. They're introducing the idea that mandatory vaccines are just sort of the next logical step. So first we introduced these vaccines and we encouraged everyone to voluntarily take them. We tried to create incentives. We tried to encourage them using our own methods of sort of just encouraging the public to do it. That only got us so far. So the next step that we introduced was these vaccine passports and sort of vaccine mandates to fire people and not allow people to access certain areas of society unless not only did they get vaccinated, but they would show you a sort of government issued piece of verification to prove that they're vaccinated. And then sort of the next logical step will just be, okay, now everyone has to do it. Like, I don't know exactly what it looked like. We're going to go door to door and just like force you to get vaccinated against your will, or they don't spell it out in the story, but they're kind of just like suggesting that this is like the next logical step in this pandemic is, okay, we've exhausted all other areas. Next step is just sort of forced vaccination, which is obviously a totally terrifying idea. And this is kind of how the Overton window gets moved, right? So the very first time that we heard about the idea of a vaccine mandate, it didn't sound right. It sounded like something that was un-Canadian, that wouldn't happen in Canada, something that, a fascist authoritarian government would do, requiring citizens to show their health, to verify certain aspects of their health before being able to access certain parts of society, being able to keep their job, etc. And it was so offside with sort of what Canadians would generally think that almost everyone universally came out against the idea of vaccine mandates. So 1 year ago, we had Prime Minister Justin Trudeau say, no, we're not going to do vaccine mandates. 6 months ago, we had both Premier Ford and Jason Kenney saying, no, they're not going to do vaccine mandates. And yet here we are, in January 2022 with fully rolled out vaccine mandates. It's increasing in certain parts of the country. We had that story out in, I think it was New Brunswick, where you had to have a vaccine to get into a grocery store. Thankfully, that was overturned. But it's here to stay. Even in Ontario, that said it was going to be temporary. They said it was going to be gone by January. Well, it's January. It's still here. So here is a clip showing you how politicians were against vaccine mandates before they were for it.
I think it's an interesting idea, but I think it is also fraught with challenges. We are certainly encouraging and motivating people to get vaccinated as quickly as possible. But we always know there are people who won't get vaccinated, and not necessarily through a personal or political choice. There are medical reasons. There are a broad range of reasons why someone might not get vaccinated. And I'm worried about creating knock-on undesirable effects in our community.
What's your position on vaccine passports for those individuals unwilling to be vaccinated?
Opposed, and we've been very clear from the beginning that we will not facilitate or accept vaccine passports, and that in fact we regard, I believe that they would in principle contravene the Health Information Act and also possibly the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. We also amended the Public Health Act to remove the 110-year-old power allowing Alberta to force people to be inoculated. So these folks who are concerned about mandatory vaccines have nothing to be concerned about, and there will be no vaccine passports in Alberta.
Will your government provide an actual card or proof of vaccination? And if not, why not?
Well, I've never believed in proof. Everyone gets their proof when they get the vaccination. You're right. Anything can be fraudulent, right down from money to certifications. I just, no, we aren't doing it. Simple as that. And we're just going to move forward. Now, if it's federal, getting across the border, that's up to the federal government. We'll see what they decide to do. I'll be talking to the Prime Minister tonight. But no, we aren't going to do it. We aren't going to have a split society.
So as you can see, all of these politicians were opposed to the idea of vaccine passports before they inevitably came around. And so a lot of people were worried, like when this CBC story came out and when this Trudeau minister came out saying that mandatory vaccines are coming,
we saw a lot of reaction, and thank goodness we saw that. But there's some skepticism about the reaction, particularly from politicians like Jason Kenney, because a lot of people were like, well, wait a minute, you were also really against the idea of vaccine passports before you slowly caved. When the situation changed, the media continued to drum up fear and anxiety about COVID, the cases are on the rise, politicians kind of stuck saying, okay, well, we don't really have a lot of other options given the limitations of our healthcare system. And so a lot of people are kind of worried that we would be heading in the same path, that just like how everyone was opposed to vaccine mandates a year ago or half a year ago, everyone's opposed to this idea of forced vaccines right now. But what will things look like if we continue to get hit by Omicron and all the cases are skyrocketing, or if there's another variant that comes out after Omicron that perhaps is worse, it perhaps spreads as much as Omicron but has a deadlier impact like Delta. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, and so a lot of people are just really uneasy and sort of concerned that this is just going to be the next iteration of the vaccine passports, just like everyone opposed them before, and then slowly everyone came around. Maybe the same thing will happen in this idea of forcing people to get vaccinated will become sort of a normalized idea that Trudeau, again, is just trying to push the Overton window, trying to introduce us now, to kind of give us a taste of it, get us talking about it, and then everyone says, no, we don't want it. But slowly over time, this idea will start appealing to more people. More people will start making the case for it, and who knows, maybe 6 months or a year from now, we might be in a position where this is actually something that the government is introducing, which is truly terrifying. Now, I want to get into a bit more about this idea that the pandemic is no longer a pandemic of just the unvaccinated. This is what politicians like to promote, this idea. Certainly the Trudeau government is really fixated on this idea that all we have to do is get everyone vaccinated and we're done. We're out of this thing, right? Like, again, 6 months ago, the idea was that all we have to do is get this vaccine mandate system in place where you have to show that you've been vaccinated in order to enter certain institutions of society, including going to grocery shop in places like New Brunswick. Thankfully, they rolled that back. But even just going out to the movies, going out for dinner, going and participating in society in a normal way, having a job. Many jobs now require the vaccine. We were told that was going to be a way out of the pandemic, but it certainly clearly wasn't, given that we still went into lockdown in Ontario and Quebec despite having these vaccine passport systems in place. But this idea that all we have to do is get everyone vaccinated is wrong. It's wrong on the surface, and I alluded to this already when they said that the health officials in Quebec say that about 50% of COVID hospitalizations right now are of people who are unvaccinated, which the obvious response to that is to say, well, that means 50% are vaccinated, which means that even if everyone was vaccinated, we'd still have lots of hospitalizations. I don't know exactly what percentage, but clearly if people who are vaccinated are still being hospitalized because of COVID, then vaccines aren't the silver bullet. They're not the only way out. And other provinces, the data is even more clear. I showed this on the show last week. These are updated figures, and it's even more stark. So look at this. This is the number of people in the hospital. Now that dark red slice of the pie, or that purple slice of the pie in the top right corner, it's like less than 25% of people. Those are the unvaccinated cases. Those are the small 1/4 of the pie slice is unvaccinated. 457 cases, less than 25%. The rest of the pie are either fully vaccinated or partially vaccinated. So more than 3/4 of the people in the hospital, but not the ICU, in Ontario right now are vaccinated. They're vaccinated. So the whole point, with this idea that we just have to get everyone vaccinated and we'll be out of the pandemic, is wrong on the surface. Data, the science isn't backing that up. When you look at people in the ICU, more than half of the people in the ICU right now are either fully vaccinated or partially vaccinated. The darker green part here, which looks like it's about 45% of people in the ICU right now, are unvaccinated. And we know this. The vaccine companies have come out themselves and said, look, these vaccines don't necessarily protect you against Omicron, the new variant. It's mutated in a way that it's figured out a way to get around the vaccine and still attack people who are vaccinated. So what a strange time for the Trudeau government to then go and say that all we have to do is get everyone vaccinated and we'll get out of this pandemic, when the stats of the people in the hospital right now in this current wave with Omicron is hitting both sides. It's hitting both the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. Now, I want to get into another point here, because the story is sort of hinting towards this idea that it's up to the provinces. It's not federal jurisdiction, but the health minister is saying that this is something that is coming, that the provinces are either talking about or going to be talking about. But then the CBC goes into what the provincial responses have been, and it's the exact opposite of the story. It's the exact opposite. So we hear from 4 provinces in this news story: Quebec, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Nova Scotia. And all 4 of those provinces say no. We're not, this is not something that we're doing. This is not happening. We're not talking or going to introduce mandatory vaccines, which again just shows how out of touch both the CBC and the Trudeau government are for trying to bring this conversation up and trying to normalize it. Meanwhile, the whole basis of the story is that this is something the provinces might do. And then when they go and talk to the provinces themselves, the provinces say, no, this is why this story is fake news. It's just the CBC trying to condition us to get ready. This is going to come. So first it says, Quebec, a spokesperson for Quebec's health minister said Friday that mandatory vaccination is not something the province is looking at yet. Jason Kenney likewise came out very strongly on social media, and he said that his government will not make vaccines mandatory. He says, Alberta's legislature removed the power of mandatory vaccination from the Public Health Act last year and will not revisit that decision, period. While we strongly encourage those who are eligible to get vaccinated, it is ultimately a personal choice that the individual must make. So good for him. And this is a strong tweet. This is good. This is what you want to hear from Jason Kenney, the Alberta Conservative Premier. However, as a little side note, as a little footnote, it should be noted that Kenney was also very opposed to the idea of a vaccine mandate before he flip-flopped and introduced that. So I think that's why some people are, taking a hint of caution when it comes to, cheerleading for Jason Kenney right now, just because we've seen this before. Likewise, Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe issued a statement saying that while he strongly encourages people to get vaccinated, his province will not be implementing a mandatory vaccine policy. And finally, Nova Scotia, their chief medical officer, was on CBC radio, and in an interview on Saturday, he addressed this, and he said that the province isn't considering mandatory vaccines, but they are considering increasing the sort of scope of the vaccine passport. So again, CBC making it seem like this is something that people are talking about that's coming, and yet they couldn't even find a single example of someone even entertaining this idea. They found 4 people who said no way. And so they couldn't find any examples in Canada, so they move on and they sort of hint towards the idea that Europe is heading in this direction. However, they again can't find any examples in Europe of a country actually implementing this policy. They don't. They say that some countries such as Austria and Greece have moved in that direction. Moving in that direction. And the example is that there are some European countries who are implementing fines if you're not vaccinated. But again, a fine for someone who's not vaccinated is not really the same thing as mandatory vaccines. When you hear mandatory vaccines, what do you think? You think of them like going door to door and saying, show us your papers. Are you vaccinated? If not, we're going to force you to do it right now. We're going to arrest you and force it upon you. And when they're saying what the actual example is that, okay, in Greece, if you're over the age of 60 and you're not vaccinated, you're now subject to a monthly $100 fine. When I read that, I thought, a lot of people I know who are holdouts who refuse to get vaccinated, don't want to get vaccinated, they would probably take the fine. If you could just pay a fine, if the government said, okay, you're creating a risk to the healthcare system, pay $100 a month as like an extra tax or a fine, and then you can live your life as normal. You don't have to lose your job. You don't have to be restricted from going outside. You don't have to comply to all of these hoops and all these crazy vaccine policies. I think a lot of people would take it. I think a lot of people would say, okay, I would rather give you $100 a month and have my freedom than the current system that we have now. So again, the CBC is trying to normalize this, trying to say that this is out there and this is coming. But it isn't. It isn't. And Canadians should not be fooled into thinking this is something normal, something that we will accept down the road. This is the kind of policy that Canadians must fight back against and must say no to. So I've got some examples of Canadians doing just that, pushing back against this concept of mandatory vaccines. So Michael Cooper, who is the Conservative MP for St. Albert, Edmonton, he writes this is outrageous. Justin Trudeau's government is entering into truly dangerous authoritarian territory. State-imposed involuntary medical interventions are un-Canadian and have no place in a free and democratic society. This is absolutely right. I couldn't have said it any better myself. And this tweet just emphasizes the seriousness of this story and of this idea. It's not just some stupid harebrained scheme that Trudeau and the CBC are trying to push. Like Michael Cooper says, this is truly dangerous authoritarian territory. And yes, they have no place in a free and democratic society. Likewise, Paul Hidman, who is the leader of the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta, writes this: unconstitutional, divisive, and immoral. Wildrose denounces this mandatory vaccination plan. Jason Kenney must also immediately denounce mandatory COVID vaccines. Well, he did, absolutely. Someone shared this tweet. I know this isn't scientific, and I don't even know if this was the final outcome of this poll, but CTV had a poll on their website asking, should Alberta introduce a mandatory COVID-19 vaccination policy? And as you can see, 85% said no. I like to interview or talk to one of those 1,700 people, the 15% that said yes, because I don't understand how anyone could be for this policy. Jordan Peterson, likewise, I don't know if he's specifically talking about this story and this idea of a mandatory vaccine, but or just generally commenting, but this is absolutely right. He says, these mandates bring out the petty authoritarian and everyone tasked with enforcing them, not a good practice in a free society. That's absolutely right. And we have to take stock. We have to pause every now and then, look around us and look at the way that the world is. Look at the things that we've allowed our government to do, the powers that we've given them, and the things that we've just complied with. Again, hoping that it will help our health, hoping that it will help us get out of this pandemic. This is one of those policies that really, really makes you stop and think that we are heading in the wrong direction. We have been heading in the wrong direction for a long, long time. We should have drawn a line a long time ago. Canada continues to creep into unventured territory with regards to the power that the government has over our lives and the types of solutions that they're discussing that are being normalized by institutions like the CBC. This policy right here, the idea of forced vaccines, this is our red line. This must be our red line as a country. We must all stand together in lockstep to say absolutely not. No, there will never be a policy of mandatory vaccines in Canada, period. I'm Candice Malcolm, and this is the Candice Malcolm Show.
Let's do this. The Cult of Podcast by the Faithful and for the Faithful. I'm David Staples of the Edmonton Journal, and I'm here today with Bruce McCurdy. Hey, Bruce.
Hey, David. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, Bruce. How are you doing?
Doing all right, all things considered. Oilers game canceled, Condors game canceled.
Okay.
But at least that frees me up for my...
Hello, everyone. It's mid-January 2022. I wrote a column this week for one of Canada's major newspapers, the National Post. And I thought I'd read it for those of you who want to watch or listen. It's entitled, Time to Live Again. I spent more than 3 hours on the phone last weekend trying to get through to the online security department of one of Canada's major banks. One of my accounts was shut down because I had the effrontery to sign in from Alberta.
But they are far too few in number to be truly dangerous. The most dangerous monsters
I was placed on hold interminably, subjected all the while to the corporate world's idea of music to soothe me. I was then offered a call back, which I duly received 45 minutes later. Then I was placed on hold again and again and again. This all occurred after my patients had already been exhausted in the aftermath of trying to fly in Canada. Like so many Canadians, I have been unable to see many of the people I love and who are tolerant enough to return the sentiment for nearly 2 years. Lockdowns, restrictions, limits on personal and social gatherings, precautions. But everything had opened up enough in principle, so flights for such purposes were, in principle, once again possible. My wife and I therefore took the opportunity on the last day of 2021 to fly first to Comox, British Columbia, and then several days later to our joint hometown of Fairview, Alberta. However, the airline we had arranged our flights with canceled/delayed all 6 flights we had scheduled. Furthermore, they had no staff available in one entire wing of Edmonton's airport. This made rescheduling prohibitively difficult. We were delayed by 1 full day traveling to British Columbia, and then another day traveling to Alberta. And there were further delays on our way home to Toronto. This took quite a chunk out of an 8-day trip. All this from an airline that not so long ago was the model of efficiency. Like most people in Canada and in the broader Western world, my wife and I are accustomed to systems that work. When we booked flights in the past, with rare exceptions, we arrived safely and on time. When we used our banking systems online, we gained access to our accounts. When we had to phone security because of a login problem, we were able to talk to someone who was able to help. And because we were spoiled Westerners, we expected that such would always and consistently be the case. Why? Because by and large, our systems worked miraculously well. The power and the heat, it's 40 below here in northern Alberta and has been for 3 weeks, always worked. Planes took off and landed on time. Banks were open and effective and honest. But there are empty shelves in the grocery stores here in Fairview. The supply chains that provide our food just in time are severely stressed. While I was here, I spoke with a local restaurateur who operates the pizza place I worked in 40 years ago. She is barely hanging on. This is true of most local businesses. I was on the phone for 3 hours trying to sort out a minor banking issue after being delayed for a full day while flying, after having been delayed in a similar way only 4 days before. And because I'm an entitled Westerner accustomed to my privileges, I got whiny about it. I have a banker that takes care of my affairs, and I sent him and his associate a string of complaints about the service I was receiving. They wrote back apologetically and told me that they're barely able to function with the COVID restrictions, the attendant staff shortages, also caused by illness, and their inability to attract new employees, a problem besetting many industries at the moment. I am not accustomed to feeling particularly sympathetic for the travails of large, successful enterprises, banks, airlines, utilities, and the like. I expect a certain standard of service so that I can conduct my own affairs effectively and am impatient when delays unnecessary in the normal course of things emerge. The letter from the bank stopped me and made me think, however. It wasn't just the bank. It was also the airline. It was the empty shelves in the grocery store in northern Alberta. It was the daughter of the man I once worked for as a cook back when I was a teenager. It was the shopkeepers and small business people I have spoken with on this trip. We are pushing the complex systems upon which we depend and which are miraculously effective and efficient in their often thankless operation to the breaking point. Can you think of anything more unlikely than the fact that we can get instant, trouble-free access to our money online using systems that are virtually graft and corruption-free? Just imagine how much work, trust, and efficiency was and is necessary to make that a reality. Can you think of anything more unlikely than fast, reliable, and inexpensive jet air travel, nationally and internationally, in absolute safety? Or the constant provision of almost every consumer good imaginable in the midst of plentiful, varied, and inexpensive food? These systems are now shaking. We're compromising them seriously with this unending and unpredictable stream of restrictions, lockdowns, regulations, and curfews. We're also undermining our entire monetary system with the provision of unending largesse from government coffers to ease the stress of COVID response. We're playing with fire. We've demolished 2 Christmas seasons in a row. Life is short. These are rare occasions. We're stopping kids from attending school. We're sowing mistrust in our institutions in a seriously dangerous manner. We're frightening people to make them comply. We're producing bureaucratic institutions that hypothetically hold public health in the highest regard, but subordinating all our properly political institutions to that end because we lack leadership and rely on ultimately unreliable opinion polls to govern broad-scale policy at the political level. I've never seen breakdown in institutional trust on this scale before in my lifetime. I was recently in Nashville, Tennessee. No lockdowns, no masks, no COVID regulations to speak of. People are going about their lives. Why can that be the case in Tennessee and in other US states such as Florida when there are curfews? Curfews in Quebec, 2 years after the pandemic started, with a vaccination rate of nearly 80%. When BC is still limiting social gatherings, when we are putting tremendous and unsustainable strain on all the complex systems that have served us so well and made us so comfortable in the midst of the troubles of our lives. The cure has become worse than the disease. I have recently spoken with senior advisors to provincial governments in Canada. There's no end game in sight. The idea that Canadian policy is or should be governed by the science is not only not true, it's also not possible, as there is no simple pathway from the facts of science to the complexities of policy. We are deciding by opinion poll to live in fear and to become increasingly authoritarian in response to that fear. That's a danger too, and it's increasingly real. How long are we going to flail about, hiding behind our masks, afraid to send our children, who are in no danger more serious than risk of the flu, to school, charging university students full tuition for 10th rate online education, pitting family member against family member over vaccine policy, and, most seriously, compromising the great economic engine upon which our health also depends, until we decide not to. There are no risk-free paths forward. There's only one risk or another. Pick your poison. That's the choice life offers. I am weary of living under the increasingly authoritarian dictates of a polity hyper-concerned with one risk and oblivious to all others. And things are shaking around us. Enough, Canadians. Enough, Canadian politicos. Enough masks. Enough social gathering limitations. Enough restaurant closures. Enough undermining of political and social trust. Make the bloody vaccines available to those who want them. Quit using force to ensure compliance on the part of those who don't. Some of the latter might be crazy, but by and large, they're no crazier than the rest of us. Set a date. Open the damn country back up before we wreck something we can't fix.
Okay. Mm. Mm. Hmm.
Meantime, one person was arrested and 57 were ticketed Saturday night for protesting Quebec's curfew. Montreal police said one person was arrested for assaulting a police officer. Others received tickets for not respecting the curfew. Meantime, Quebec regulations say people can face up to $1,000 to $6,000 fines. One expert says even the Quebec government was reluctant to impose a curfew, but then realized it was necessary. Well, you're getting projections from INES, the provincial health agency, showing that if the number of cases continue to rise as it currently was, there weren't going to be enough hospital beds for COVID patients within perhaps even 3 weeks. The staffing shortages were so severe. Excuse me. The staffing shortages were so severe that we're getting COVID positive people to come into work in hospitals. So when you're getting to that point where things are really not looking good, you basically don't have any options left, and you have to pretty much do everything. Dr. Labos does say those restrictions should be removed once the Omicron wave levels off, as they do have a negative impact in the long term.
Mm. 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 Yes, but mm. 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 Lindsay, stop.
François Legault announcing a Canadian first that the province is looking to implement a special tax on the unvaccinated unless they have a medical exemption. For more on this breaking news, the CBC's Hilary Johnstone is on the story live from Ottawa. So Hilary, this is certainly, the news about Dr. Horacio Arruda, that was big news, and why it's happening, and we'll get into that in a second, but kind of slid in there in that announcement was this plan, again, a Canadian first, no other jurisdiction in this country has gone this way, but the Premier talking about the burden that the unvaccinated are putting on the healthcare system. While it's only 10% of the population right now, it's 50% of the hospitalizations, and the burden that is having with people, healthcare workers either being sick or off, that they are at a breaking point. And so this tax is being looked at, and it will be significant. We don't know a specific amount at this point, but we do know that it'll be more than $100.
That's right. So that he was asked about that, right? Both the premier and then also the health minister. But what sort of number are we looking at? They said that they hadn't arrived at a figure yet, but they said that in their mind, $50 or $100, that wasn't significant, and they wanted this to be significant. And along with talking about the burden that people who have not been vaccinated are placing on the healthcare system, on ICUs, they also spoke about the frustration that vaccinated Quebecers are feeling right now. They're once again under a curfew. Schools are closed. There are restrictions on businesses once again, both on private gatherings, indoors and outdoors. So that was the other thing that he spoke about. Now, how is this going to work? How are they going to find these Quebecers who are not vaccinated and actually tax them? He referred to this as a healthcare contribution tax. He said that this wasn't necessarily a pay for service or a fee for service. This wasn't something that Quebecers who are not vaccinated are going to be charged if they show up at a hospital. He said that this would be for everyone who is not vaccinated, and if they do not go and do so, go at least and get their first shot in the coming weeks. But how you find these people, how you categorize this, how much you charge them, how this all works, if it's legal, there are still a lot of questions here that have not been answered. I think it's going to be interesting, Andrew, to see how other provinces react to this. Of course, we've heard recently from that federal health minister, Jean-Yves Duclos, that he thought, in his opinion, that provinces might start to go harder, target those unvaccinated people even more in the coming weeks and months. This might be Quebec's answer to that. So it's going to be interesting to see what other health ministers and other provinces and other premiers say when they are undoubtedly going to be asked about this in the coming weeks when they have updates as well. But what we know is that this is some sort of healthcare contribution that Quebec is looking at for those who are unvaccinated at a time when the healthcare system is under incredible strain. More than 2,700 people in hospital in Quebec right now with COVID, 255 people in the ICU, 62 new deaths announced today as well. That's the most deaths that we've seen in about a year now, since late January 2021. So there's a lot here for people to be considering. Oh, and actually, you know what? I think we also have a clip here of François Legault that I want to play. He was speaking a little bit more about this, about how this is going to work when he was asked about this. How are you going to find these people? Here's what he said.
If you look at what's happening in other countries or other states, everybody is trying to find a solution, a question of equity. Because right now, these people
are putting a very big burden, we know. You put a burden on a lot of things in my life too. Unfortunately, I don't get to tax you.
More. So please ask your parents if you can get vaccinated. Getting vaccinated protects yourself, protects your family, protects your grandparents, protects vulnerable people, but it also supports our frontline workers who are working incredibly hard, our nurses and doctors and people in hospitals who are dealing with a rise in cases. We know, kids across this country, you've been doing the right things over these past long years, and it sucks, but you've been amazing, and we need to keep doing everything we can to get through this. Je compte sur vous, je compte sur tout le monde.
I'm counting on you. I'm counting on all Canadians to continue to do the right thing, even if we're tired, even if we're done with it. We will continue to do the right thing to protect ourselves, to make sure that our country, our economy continues to operate, and that we will always be there for one another by doing the right thing. Thank you for your attention this morning. I'm now happy to hand over the floor to Minister Ng. Mary.
Merci, Premier Ministre. As workers and small businesses and people across the country face renewed uncertainty and with new lockdowns, rising case counts, and the Omicron variant, we continue to know that the best thing for our economy is to support our workers and businesses through this pandemic. I want to thank the millions of Canadians who have stepped up, who've made sacrifices and continue to follow public health measures, including getting their vaccines and their booster shots. And to Canadian small businesses, you have shown incredible resilience throughout this pandemic. And our government will continue to be there for you, to support you as we have over the past 2 years. Supports including the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and rent subsidies, and now the lockdown program and the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit. This has helped millions of businesses and workers across the country to get through this pandemic. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the 170 chambers of commerces, the boards of trades, and others across Canada for your help.
It wasn't positive when I got on, so an antigen test might just be sufficient.
I had to be fully vaccinated and have a PCR test to get on the plane, so I don't know why we had to get it when I landed as well.
At Toronto's Pearson International Airport, these travelers say they don't mind getting tested for COVID-19, but say getting more than one test might be overdoing it. Some medical experts agree.
I think at this point in time, doing PCR testing at airports is a very low-yield type of endeavor.
Travelers currently have to provide a negative PCR test to enter Canada. Many also take a government-funded PCR test when they land. The week of December 19th, more than 100,000 fully vaccinated travelers were tested. Just over 2% were positive for COVID-19.
I would love to see the personnel that we're using to detect travelers as a screening tool be used and employed for pop-ups in places where people with symptoms could get tested.
Experts say with Omicron already widespread across Canada, travel is no longer a significant source of spread, and that Ottawa could better target its resources.
Identify people in the community who are the highest risk for hospitalization if they become symptomatic.
Still, when asked today, Health Minister Jean-Yves Duclos said the government remains committed to mass arrival testing.
We have the responsibility to make sure that there is as little importation as possible of COVID-19 and Omicron cases across the border.
If arrival testing continues, some experts say Canada should consider doing away with PCRs.
Let's pivot to rapid. It's cheaper, it's faster, and it doesn't absorb resources that we so desperately need in Canada.
Other countries are changing their rules. Last week, England revised its requirements. Fully vaccinated travelers need only submit a negative rapid test within 2 days of their arrival. Isha Patel, CBC News, Toronto.
Someone with low vision wouldn't be able to kind of see necessarily how many drops they put down.
From tiny printed instructions to not being able to physically get rapid tests, people living with disabilities are being overlooked during this pandemic.
Everything from reading the instructions, which come, on a piece of paper. For someone who's completely blind, that's not accessible.
With a lack of PCR tests available to the public, many are relying on at-home rapid tests to figure out if they have a COVID infection. But these at-home science tests aren't easy for everyone to use, let alone read the final result if you have any vision impairment.
It is fairly faint to show whether you tested positive or negative.
And that's if you could get your hands on some rapid tests, which became available in December at select pharmacies across the province.
Snow already creates a barrier for people living with disabilities trying to get out. And then to try and get out and, compete or wait in line to access the rapid tests, it's not just, fighting the cold, but also overcoming the barriers to get to that lineup in the first place.
Crump says simple and effective communication from the government.
This Quebec proposal is something that obviously everyone is paying attention to right now, but there are still many details to know.
Quebec's proposed law to tax the unvaccinated falling on the lap of the Prime Minister, who is neither supporting it or condemning it.
The details will be important in how this works, how it balances the values and the rights that we all cherish as Canadians with the necessity of keeping people safe.
The fight for our freedom!
Quebec's proposed plan to tax the unvaccinated is a last-ditch effort to get everyone a jab. Despite the majority of Canadians being vaccinated, nearly 20% have not received a single dose. Other countries like Austria, Greece, and Italy have imposed fines on some remaining holdouts. The Prime Minister believes the conversation should be had.
Various orders of government are right to look at different ways of encouraging and incentivizing people to get vaccinated.
Experts say unvaccinated Canadians are filling hospitals that are on the brink of collapse, short-staffed and overwhelmed. Trudeau says his government has already made life harder for the unvaccinated.
And for people who continue to hesitate or to choose not to get vaccinated, they are losing privileges to do certain things, whether it's get on a train or a plane, whether it's travel internationally, whether it's move forward in a job in the public service or even have a job in the public service.
Ottawa also extending the deadline for small businesses to repay the Canadian Emergency Business Account loan until the end of 2023. In Ottawa, Nigel Newlove, City News.
Okay, come on.
Next to Canada, where the country's second most populous province, Quebec, is planning to bring in new and stricter regulations for the unvaccinated. Authorities in Quebec are looking to impose a tax on people who are refusing to get COVID-19 vaccines. They call it the health contribution tax.
Those who refuse to receive their first dose in the coming weeks will have to pay a new health contribution.
The details of the proposal are still being finalized. The new rules would apply to those who can't get vaccinated due to medical reasons, would not apply to those who can't get vaccinated due to medical reasons. Quebec Premier François Legault says the unvaccinated put a financial burden on others and on the provincial finance ministry. But unvaccinated residents might have to pay around $80 or so. Several countries have imposed restrictions on the movement of the unvaccinated, but a sweeping tax on all unvaccinated adults would be a rare step by Canadian authorities. Quebec has been one of the worst hit Canadian provinces by COVID infections.
On this Wednesday night, reaction to Quebec's proposed anti-vax tax. From the Prime Minister to the premiers.
We have no intent.
We explore the opposition and the support.
It should be at least $300 to $400.
Beefing up pandemic benefits to help battered businesses.
What affects your mental health, your emotional health.
What else they say they need. Is the party over for the British Prime Minister?
I must take responsibility.
His admission and apology and mounting calls for him to resign. And under the influence of social media, growing urgency for the government to act.
Global National with Donna Friesen.
Good evening and thanks for joining us. We begin tonight with the new approach Quebec's premier is taking to get everyone in his province vaccinated against COVID-19. Call it a punishment or call it an incentive. The plan is to make those who refuse to get vaccinated pay a penalty or a fee. Premier François Legault calls it a health contribution, a necessary tool, he says, because the unvaccinated are more of a burden on the healthcare system. He's given few details on how it would be implemented, but just the idea of it has generated swift reaction for and against. And the province says 7,000 people signed up for their first shot today. Our coverage begins with Mike LeCouture.
Sure.
The best path forward is vaccination.
It's a message the Prime Minister has pushed for 12 months, yet millions of Canadians remain unvaccinated. And while Justin Trudeau wants more information about Quebec's plan to tax the unvaxxed, he's also not denouncing it.
Various orders of government are right to look at different ways of encouraging and incentivizing people to get vaccinated.
Quebec Premier François Legault's idea of a significant so-called health contribution for unvaccinated adults may seem a desperate measure to some, but some believe these are desperate times.
Well, I think the fact that we're seeing Quebec consider this option just really speaks to where we are at in terms of the healthcare system being overwhelmed and really struggling to keep bringing itself back to meet the needs of Canadians throughout this pandemic.
Other premiers say they won't be following Quebec's lead.
No, we will not be putting in a COVID tax.
Saskatchewan hasn't looked at this. We have no intent to ultimately look at a vax tax.
The instruments that are in place have achieved their goals, but so it's not something that we're contemplating at this particular time.
Ontario's top doctor believes promoting informed decisions on vaccines is preferable to punishing people.
Putting a penalty on those that have not been vaccinated has not been entertained by this government.
Federal measures haven't been punitive, but have prohibited unvaccinated people from getting on planes or trains or working in the public service. Health Minister Jean-Yves Duclos has floated the idea of vaccine mandates, pointing to successes in the public sector where nearly 99% of federal civil servants are nearly fully vaccinated. Some countries are going further. In Austria, as of February 1st, vaccines will be mandatory for everyone. New Chancellor Olaf Scholz wants the same for adults in Germany. Whether or not Quebec moves forward with the tax, it will have to respect the Canada Health Act, meaning any fee imposed by the province cannot be tied to access to the country's free universal healthcare system. And Prime Minister Trudeau says he's been assured by the province that Quebec will respect the act. Donna?
All right, Mike LeCouture in Ottawa, thanks. It is unvaccinated people in Quebec who will pay the price if this policy is implemented. So far, it is just talk, lots of talk, as Mike Armstrong reports.
If there's ever been a topic made for talk radio, debating taxing the unvaccinated may be it.
Krista, what do you say?
It should be at least $300 to $400.
It shouldn't be an amount. It should be a percentage of an income that the people have. When smoke became a secondhand smoke issue, we banned it. Right? This is not something new because of COVID. Be fair. Quantify how much of a burden the people aren't vaccinated get. Some flu are placed on the healthcare system. People lead a sedentary lifestyle. People eat fast food. And then make it fair, tax them too, and we get rid of the universal healthcare system altogether and be fair about it.
While Quebec's proposed anti-vax tax may only apply to Quebecers, the debate is affecting Canadians across the country.
Dave, what do you think about Legault?
The issue, as they say, lit up the lines in Toronto.
Yeah, I don't like it.
With some nervous about a slippery slope and what could come next.
It frightens me.
And others applauding the Quebec Premier's tough approach.
He's angry, he's probably frustrated, he has a lot of guts. So, like it or not, I respect the man for that.
In Vancouver, different conditions, but the same questions. A recent poll found about 60% of Canadians would support some sort of a health surcharge for the unvaccinated. That's about the ratio of support the idea is getting on BC radio.
Anne on the line in Langley. Hi, Anne. What do you think?
I really think they need to pay their way.
That's despicable to say that. It's despicable to say that you're going to charge people.
Quite frankly, I'm sick and tired of us collectively being held hostage by, sadly, the previous caller who probably gets his medical advice from Joe Rogan.
If I can't control what's in my bloodstream, then we're not in this free society anymore. This is communism.
Not a good idea, no.
For or against, whether it's Calgary or St. Catherine Street in Montreal, this one has people talking, and that may be part of the reason for the proposal. Quebec's health minister says the day the anti-vax tax was announced, appointments for first doses jumped, 7,000 people booked. Whether it ever happens or not, it may already be having an impact. Mike Armstrong, Global News, Montreal.
In Ontario, the number of people in the hospital with COVID-19 now has hit another high. There are more than 3,400 people in hospital with the virus. That's up 228 from yesterday. 505 of them are in intensive care. About 12% of eligible people in Ontario are unvaccinated. They account for more than 45% of people in ICUs. The Ontario government is giving parents and teachers more information today on the plan to get students back to in-class learning. Starting next week, every student, teacher, and staff member will get 2 rapid antigen tests. More will be rolled out when the government has the supply.
Our new approach focuses on empowering parents and students. Empowerment means parents have the test in their home, can perform it in their home, and can make the diagnosis in their home with greater convenience.
There are also new protocols for notifying Ontario parents about potential COVID outbreaks. The province says parents will only be told when 30% of the school is absent. In-class learning is set to resume in Ontario on Monday.
I know the anguish that they have been through, unable to mourn their relatives, unable to live their lives as they want, or to do the things they love. And I know the rage they feel with me and with the government I lead when they think that in Downing Street itself, the rules are not being properly followed by the people who make the rules.
Well, that is Britain's Prime Minister trying to hang on to his job. Some senior members of Boris Johnson's own party have joined the chorus of voices calling for him to resign. He admitted today he did attend an event in the garden of his residence in the middle of the lockdown last May, when the public was told to meet only one person outside. His claim that he didn't know it was a party is being laughed at. But as Crystal Gamansing reports, the threat to his leadership is serious.
Mr. Speaker, I want to apologise. I know that millions of people across this country have made extraordinary sacrifices.
A scandal quite literally in his own backyard could end Boris Johnson's time in power. The Prime Minister previously said he was furious and
This Quebec proposal is something that obviously everyone is paying attention to right now, but there are still many details to know.
Quebec's proposed law to tax the unvaccinated falling on the lap of the Prime Minister, who is neither supporting it or condemning it.
The details will be important in how this works, how it balances the values and the rights that we all cherish as Canadians with the necessity of keeping people safe.
The fight for our freedom! Quebec's proposed plan to tax the unvaccinated is a last-ditch effort to get everyone a jab. Despite the majority of Canadians being vaccinated, nearly 20% have not received a single dose. Other countries like Austria, Greece, and Italy have imposed fines on some remaining holdouts. The Prime Minister believes the conversation should be had.
various orders of government are right to look at different ways of encouraging and incentivizing people to get vaccinated.
Experts say unvaccinated Canadians are filling hospitals that are on the brink of collapse, short-staffed and overwhelmed. Trudeau says his government has already made life harder for the unvaccinated.
And for people who continue to hesitate or to choose not to get vaccinated, they are losing privileges to do certain things, whether it's get on a train or a plane, whether it's travel internationally, whether it's move forward in a job in the public service, or even have a job in the public service.
Ottawa also extending the deadline for small businesses to repay the Canadian Emergency Business Account loan until the end of 2023. In Ottawa, Nigel Newlove, City News.
Mm-hmm. Ow. Ow. Stab. Yeah, I'm not paying you shit. So, yeah. Fuck, man. You know what? When I get to the hospital, then I'll pay.
The vaccine is the key to fight the virus. This is why we're looking for an health contribution for adults who refuse to be vaccinated for non-medical reasons. Those who refuse to receive their first dose in the coming weeks will have to pay a new health contribution. These people, they put a very important burden on our healthcare network. And I think it's normal that the majority of the population is asking that there be a consequence.
Here in Canada, it's the harshest it's ever been. Curfews again in Quebec, for heaven's sakes. And the civil liberties people hiding as usual. Okay, how about the media speaking truth to power, skeptical of punishing the sick and the poor, worried about the idea of breaking the universality of healthcare? Why they couldn't be happier. Here's CTV in Montreal literally laughing at the prospect of people being punished. LOL, laugh out loud. That's a respectable news reporter, people. He's not one of those rebels. He deleted that tweet after Marie Oakes retweeted it. Why? Is he embarrassed by it? Is he trying to pretend he's neutral and fair? He let the mask slip for a minute? Here's a senior Trudeau liberal, Bruce Anderson. It was only a matter of time. It's rational to say you can't just ignore urgent health guidance and use up all the public health resources in a crisis. It's rational to put in barriers and penalties for those who won't comply with rules to protect lives and livelihoods. Yeah, but that's just not true, Bruce. Most people with the virus are actually vaccinated. Most people in the hospital are vaccinated. Stop lying, please. Here's a former New Democrat candidate cheering on attacks for the poor, cheering on the end of universal Medicare. That's a bit weird. Michael Byers says, a health tax for unvaccinated adults? Yes, please. Here's a left-wing bailout reporter named Max Fawcett. He says, good. Every other province should follow in Legault's footsteps here. Here's the Toronto Star, which stands up for the little people. That, and I don't mind as much. Greece did this, more or less. Here's Maclean's, another bailout media company. Stephen Maher says, not sure how difficult it will be to implement if bureaucratic hurdles, legal challenges, and political blowback will make it impossible. Best thing would be if it becomes irrelevant after Omicron ends. So not a word against any of this from conservative political opponents, political leaders that I've seen so far. Have you seen Aaron O'Toole weigh in on this? That's a joke.
That's an excerpt from my daily show, the Ezra Levant Show. Every day I do a monologue on the news of the day, then I interview an interesting guest, and then I read my hate mail. You gotta subscribe. Go to rebelnews.com.
Mm-hmm.
COVID or no COVID, you should allow people to see their loved ones before they close their eyes.
In one's final moments, you hope to be surrounded by.
You should allow.
Can't do this anymore. It's fucking dumb. Okay. Like, what the fuck, dude? I just can't. Okay.
We will economically put strife on your finances by charging you for not getting a vaccine that you might not be very, very well educated about. Because of you live in the tech desert, because you don't have access to technology, because you don't have the privilege and the luxury to inform yourself about the situation.
Thousands are signing up for the first dose of vaccination across Quebec after Premier Legault proposed taxing the unvaccinated. And while many of us are able to simply book an appointment online and get the jab, some are asking what happens to those from marginalized communities in Montreal, where resources like personnel, internet, computers, and accessible walk-in vaccine clinics to get vaccinated are not available.
This kind of proposal is anchored in green privilege. Well, of course everybody has access to vaccine. Of course everybody has a car.
For many, this new proposal is extreme and highlights the bigger issue of inequalities in Quebec.
Rather than blanketing the tax, but I think more needs to be done to in the attempt to educate more. I think when people really get the facts and they understand the facts and the data, I think it would be easier for them to make a decision.
One group opposed to the tax is the Association of Quebec's Doctors for the Public System. They published a letter to their website saying some people certainly choose not to be vaccinated out of belief or conviction, but we also believe that many people are not vaccinated for a lack of adequate access. For example, awareness and education in certain areas are not optimal as a result of the lack of dedicated resources.
The government, Quebec government, have provided funds at some level for communities like ours to provide information sessions and stuff like that. A lot of those in the marginalized community don't have access to just basic resource computer, getting on different platforms to hear these.
Mark Henry, the president of the Jamaica Association of Montreal, says it's not surprising that the government of Quebec proposed the tax.
And that's a consistent theme of not thinking about those who would impact the most as far as the decisions. We do understand things need to be done to try to get this under control, and we commend the government for that. But far too many times, those who are under that poverty line, marginal, those in the marginal communities, far too many times, they're not considered before decisions are being made.
In Montreal, Felicia Adams, City News.
Can we just get over this? Okay, well.
As journalists, we tell stories. We don't want to be the story. But for Tara Henley, former producer at CBC Radio, she has very much become the story after she wrote about why she left the publicly funded broadcaster and what the reality is in those hallowed halls at the CBC. Tara, to say that you would be brave and brazen to write what you wrote about why you left CBC Radio would be an understatement. Your piece that you recently wrote on Substack has been replayed, retweeted, shared all over the world. So let me ask you, what was it that finally hit the linchpin for you and you had to say, I can no longer do this?
Well, like most things, it happened slowly and then all at once. It was something that I've been grappling with for a couple of years and have been pushing back within the newsroom for quite a long time. I think one of the things that sort of tipped it over the edge for me was the Dave Chappelle coverage. Dave Chappelle is a huge comic. He's incredibly popular. His comedy means a lot to a lot of people. And I didn't see that view reflected in the controversy over the Netflix special. That was one thing. Another thing was the vaccine mandates. I think that robust discussion is required on that topic. It's a massive societal change, and I didn't hear robust debate on that topic. Those were two of many, many, many different topics that, over the last couple of years.
Tara, we've come into this sort of time in the world, this culture. We call it cancel culture or even woke culture. But so many organizations, like the CBC, for example, preach this notion of diversity. But it's not just about diversity, how you look physically or what you may identify as or what your pronouns are. There's a diversity of opinion that seems to be lacking. And anyone who, of course, readers of The Sun, myself included, that would consider ourselves to be on the more conservative side, certainly not a viewpoint that is often, or if all at all, reflected on the CBC. And one of the things, and I touch on that because one of the things you talked about in your piece was that it seemed that people were more interested in how you looked versus what you had to say. Can you expand on that?
I think there's some troubling trends going on right now. I think as a society, we are moving away from the, Martin Luther King ideal of judge me on the content of my character instead of the color of my skin, and moving to the Ibram Kendi idea that we need to look at the racial demographics in a society and then apply those demographics to any institution, and that is how we achieve racial justice and that is how we achieve diversity. I don't agree with that view. And I think that in the media in particular, and particularly in large public institutions, there needs to be room for a massive array of views, and that the focus should be on diversity of thought. I believe very strongly in diversity. I believe in pluralism. I believe that we have that throughout this country, and I think it's really important to reflect that back. And so, I spoke in my piece about a lot of the writers and thinkers that I've interviewed over the last year, and one of them that comes to mind right now is Irshad Manji, and she talks a lot about we focus on the diversity of thought, we focus on diversity of perspective, and in focusing on that, we bring in a huge array of people and views. That's my view on that.
CBC's audiences, both in television and radio, they've not grown very much. They've sort of held steady. And of course, as all of our viewers know, they are funded to the tune of over $1 billion by the taxpayer. But Tara, there is a mindset and a culture and a philosophy that has really gripped CBC, not just in the radio side where you were, but overall. And I speak about this whole memo that came out, or the story that came out just before the holidays, talking about words that we're not supposed to use. It was widely mocked and ridiculed for the craziness that it is. But I'm wondering if you can peel back the curtain for us just for a moment. Is this a top-down philosophy? Is this coming from middle of the road? Is it producers? Is it editors? Where is this push for this whole notion of either wokeness or certainly only presenting one viewpoint? Where's it coming from?
It's a difficult thing to unpack. I will say that this is a massive service. There are a lot of people doing really incredible work. There are a lot of colleagues really fighting for good journalism in the building. And so I think it's really important to say that. My sense of what's going on is that it is top down. And, I had that sense going into this week, and that really has been confirmed. I can't tell you how many messages I have gotten from people in the building this week supporting the fact that I'm speaking about this and starting this conversation. People are very concerned about the direction that the service is going. So it's just important to know that there are very good people there as well, and there's good work being done. But I think you're right in characterizing it as a sort of gripped by ideology right now, and I don't think that's healthy. I think the woke view is important to have in the room. I'm happy to hear that. I'm always happy to reflect it. I don't think it can be the only voice in the room.
You do reflect upon the fact that you are, the ardent leftist often in a news meeting, and when you're having these discussions and you sort of looked around and thought, how is it that your viewpoint, your own philosophical views have shifted and probably adjusted to the very notion that your notion of good journalism wasn't being reflected. How did that change for you?
It's an interesting thing. I mean, my views are very consistent. I am far left. I am pro working class. I'm pro racial justice. I am pro trans rights. I am all of those things. I think the important thing is that there are kind of massive societal changes that are happening right now. And there are very many views on how we get there and how we go about this. And so while I am very far left, I have always read a lot of people across the political spectrum. I have always interviewed conservatives and centrists and libertarians and heterodox thinkers and, contrarian leftists. There are many, many views on these big issues of our age. And, while there is broad societal consensus on some things, it's not the Twitter consensus. And I think that what's happening in most of media right now, aside from the financial incentives that polarize us, there is also this idea that what's happening on Twitter is what's happening in the public. And those of us that report know that that is just not accurate.
I think I recall infamously the former opinion page editor at the New York Times quit for that very reason. She, in her resignation statement, said when the New York Times decides that Twitter is no longer the arbiter of what should be on their pages, journalism will be much better off. I'm paraphrasing a bit, but it's akin to what you're referring to in terms of what's happening in our industry. And there's such a great distrust. If even we could go back to the election of President Donald Trump, yes, certainly he stoked a lot of the media, the fires against the media, fake news, this, that, the other thing. But there was an element of truth to what he was saying with respect to you cannot believe and trust everything that is being said, because if that was the case, then Hillary Clinton would be president, would have been president 6 years ago. But this is sort of an industry-wide crisis that is happening, and there is a significant part of the population, not just in Canada and the United States, but represented globally, that is being missed from the conversation. And that is in part what I feel is giving rise to these alt ideas and these sub organizations that kind of attract not necessarily the best of characters, but it's in part because legacy media, mainstream media, is leaving them out of the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so much to unpack there. I agree that there's a huge portion of the population being left out. And I think one of the important constituencies that's being left out is the working class. And that's a massive part of the population. And, there's interesting work on this. There's part of what's happened in our profession is it used to be a working class profession. And now our profession is mainly highly educated, affluent elites. And that is a very specific perspective. It is not a perspective that's shared by everyone. There's room for that perspective, but we need to start listening more. We need to start talking to more people. And it's interesting that you bring up 2016, because that was a huge moment. That was a major miss for us in the media. We did not see that coming. You also brought up the idea of a backlash, that sometimes when you ignore a big part of the population and silence a big part of the population, you get a backlash. I don't want to see that kind of backlash. So I think it's important to have these conversations. They're happening everywhere. I talk to people about this all the time. They're not happening in public. They need to happen in public. You brought up Barry Weiss, and Barry Weiss is someone that I really admire and respect. When her resignation letter came out, it had a huge impact on me, and I have watched her at Substack have an actual robust discussion about these issues, have a wide range of views to say the things that are currently off the table to be talked about in mainstream press. We need to start talking about these things.
You talk about backlash and you talk about reaction. Has CBC reacted or responded to your criticisms?
I did see that the CBC responded in a statement. And I think that it's also interesting that I've heard a lot of response from the building, from my colleagues, overwhelmingly positive, and it's been pretty incredible to get that feedback and support.
Well, we certainly know this is not going to be the last we hear from you, Tara Henley, and we know you're writing another book. So what's next for you?
I'm going to be writing on Substack. I will be doing my podcast and interviewing authors with a broad range of ideas from across the political spectrum. And my next book is called Things Fall Apart. So we will go from there.
We look forward to having you back in another conversation about these very important issues. Thank you so very much. Log on to Facebook and Twitter. Let us know what you think. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And you can click the link below to read